That should be fine. Hopefully. Ideally. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Welcome back, Gemini. Nice to have you back. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. How about you? How are you doing? Last night, yesterday's stream, I reached the 100 subscriber mark, so that's really exciting. YouTube even gave me a little congratulations note. I am Gemini and he is Scorpio, his feelings and intentions. So tarot only starts in 2 hours from now. You can join me again in 2 hours time, or you can hang around because we're going to start with spell casting. We're going to cast some spells. When we're done with that, we'll open the queue for tarot. Welcome Shilpa, welcome Cosmopolitan. So the tarot queue hasn't opened yet, guys. That timer says tarot starts in 2 hours. We're doing spellcasting until then. I hope you guys are doing well, Shilpa and Cosmo. So guys, if you're not interested in enchanting, if you're not interested in a spell, then you can set a reminder for yourself and join me again in 2 hours time. Otherwise, I'd be glad to help you out with some enchanting. You just gotta let me know what it is that you desire, what you actually want to manifest, and your birthday, like the month and the day. Don't really need the year, just the month and day. And I can do that for you. I can help you manifest whatever it is that you desire. Welcome Milton, Knowles the Insane Witch King. What's up? I'm doing okay, thanks for asking. Hope the same applies to you. Hope this day has been a good day for you. Good Monday. So just to let you know, we're casting spells here. If you've got something you desire and want to manifest, then let me know. The tarot queue will open in 2 hours. Until then, we're doing enchanting, Chaos Magic Servitor enchanting. You are enchanting enough for me. First time I used that joke and I'm sort of proud. It's the first time I hear it, so thank you. Hey Kaylee Murray, we're only doing readings in 2 hours from now. Yeah, we're starting out with spell casting, so if you would like to manifest something into your life, then let me know. Monday streams is all about spell casting and enchanting to demonstrate, you know, some of the other things that I can provide. And when we reach the 2 hour mark, I will open the queue for tarot. So you can either set a reminder and join me again later, or you can stick around and let me know what it is you'd like to manifest for yourself, and I can help you do that. Hashtag KO'd for a spell, guys, and then what I'll need from you is your desire, what it is you want to manifest, along with your birth date, and yeah, just the date and the month, so I know your zodiac and element. Just got another Mouse Eva. Mouse Eva. It keeps going back. Oh my god, has over 10 months in it. M should meet as soon as possible. Shilpa. Please type that hashtag KO'd. Okay, we've got your your date. That lets me know you're interested in this spell, Shilpa. So I do the spells in pairs, so is there anyone else who's interested? Yeah, in the meantime I'll put down an affirmation for Shilpa. Affirmation for Shilpa. Kylie, we're only opening the tarot queue at 3. That's 2 hours from now, basically. So you can either come back in 2 hours, or you can join me for a spell. Until the tarot queue is open, we're casting spells. Enchanting, Chaos Magic, Servitor enchanting. Trying to come up with a affirmation for Shilpa. M should meet as soon as possible. M enjoys my company and prioritizes our meeting. That's how it'll be. Now please speak that affirmation out loud, Shilpa. M enjoys my company and prioritizes our meeting. You should use his full name, since you know his full names. Amazing. So Gemini wants her love interest to wants us to confirm, wants us to make her love interest decide. Thank you. So you will join the other side of this, you will join this pair, and Milton and Kylie would like spells. Thank you guys, so you'll be the second pair. And Milton says, join you for a spell. I see what you did there. That is the classiest joke I've heard all day. Thank you. It was entirely spontaneous and I didn't even notice it until you pointed it out. So Kylie's asking, what is the spell? So I prefer to use the word enchantment because we speak a reality of our desire into existence. Reality, it forms according to what we observe. So the more you focus on a possible future, the more likely it is to manifest. So basically we want to bring all of the frequency, all of that energy in the picture, because you know they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, etc. Well, we're going to take that 1,000 words and that whole picture and that whole vision and put it into a single point of focus, so we can more effectively power it with our focus and our emotional energy. And that is how we enchant a possible future into existence. That's how we bring it into reality for ourselves. And I want to help you do that, because when 2 or more of us agree on the same outcome, it's almost certain. So Gemini, I'm going to need your month and day. The month and date of your birth, you know, like the day and the month, so I know your zodiac and your element. Aziz Azura, my love, hello, hello beautiful, thank you for joining me today. You see, I figured out how to do this donation goal thing and how to actually get it to update as people donate. Milton says, congratulations on 102 subscribers, another 10 and you'll be as cool as me. So you've got 112 subscribers. Thank you for your subscription though, Milton. Much appreciated. So Gemini, let's see, what kind of affirmation can we put down for you? My love interest knows what he wants and communicates it. Now I want you to speak that out loud and affirm it. My love interest knows what he wants and communicates it. So mote it be. Yeah, I'll tell you all about it later, babe. Yeah. It's quite simple once you figure it out. There's a little thing that we were missing. A little notice on Streamlabs that we were missing. So Gemini, I'm still waiting for that birth date. Shilpa is a Pisces, water sign. Okay. It's a beautiful night tonight, says Milton. It's a beautiful day today. Not too hot, not too cold. Gemini, I need your date and your month. I need to know your zodiac and your element. Okay, we know you're Gemini, so it's actually pretty simple. Welcome, Monica. Please don't spam. We are only opening the tarot queue when this countdown reaches 0, so for now we're doing spells. So Shilpa, this is your key, and it is 16. Now when it's a double-digit number like that, if it's bigger than 12 or bigger than 13, bigger than 14, then I put the numbers together. So hey Jock, how you doing? So I will, that makes 8. So first of all, what this number is saying to me, it's saying to me that there are some things you are believing about yourself and your reality that are not necessarily true. Some things you're believing about the relationship that are not true or inaccurate. And becoming aware of those things is important, to do some self-reflection and identify what you're insecure about, the things that trigger you, to identify them. And this will help you prevent sabotage in the relationship, self-sabotage. And also, there's a certain kind of emotional state of being that you exist in that is required before you can have a healthy relationship. So the numerology of this die is saying that your key to making this a reality, where meetings are a priority, is you've got to shift into that state of emotional being. Where you've been in the past, the way that you interact with your emotions, it hasn't been all that healthy. There's been a lot of reactive energy going on there, where you feel a difficult emotion or a trigger because of those insecurities, and then you react to it negatively. Now that's got to change. You've got to start doing things that are more creative and more constructive with your difficult emotions. And that's your key, basically. And when it comes to this relationship, I want to bring Saturn and Venus into your cast. While I'm doing that, Shilpa, I want you to visualize your outcome in as much detail as possible. Visualize, pretend you are the one you're calling M. Pretend you are M. Visualize from his perspective. Imagine how he's feeling. Try and feel the feelings. How he feels about you, all the positive things he feels about you. Visualize and try and imagine how he feels after being in your company, how that rejuvenates him and makes him excited, makes him feel fulfilled. Visualize him making plans for a meeting, making plans for a date. Follow that outcome as far as you like. Okay, I'm going to get the key for Gemini. So that's 13. So this key, what the numerology of this die cast is suggesting for you, Gemini, is that to make this a reality, this relationship, you're going to have to allow your goals to be reborn. Now, taking a look at your goals, making sure that they are aligned with your heart's desire. So when you are taking action to accomplish your desire, you're existing within purpose. So those goals that you set, that is your purpose that you've set for yourself. It's one of the purposes, and now you need to re-examine that purpose. You need to make sure that it is aligned with your heart's desire, because this die cast is saying that some of the goals you are working towards are inauthentic. You've set those goals for the sake of other people, not for the sake of yourself, and that is not authentic. So some re-examination on that, allowing your goals to be reborn in a way that is authentic to you. This die cast is also suggesting that you examine the way you interact with your intuition. So there are emotions that tell us what to do. There is logic and reasoning and critical thinking that tells us what to do, but neither of those is intuition. So if you've been relying on one or the other too much, that's not intuition. And basically the die cast is saying to you that intuition is like an inner knowing. When you decide on a course of action and then you visualize it and you say, okay, what does that outcome look like? Is it a healthy outcome? Is it a detrimental outcome? So that inner knowing whether or not your planned intentions are going to result in positivity or negativity, that inner knowing is intuition. If you hear a piece of advice and then you like imagine how your life would play out if you applied that advice, and then you have this inner knowing of whether or not it's going to have a positive effect or a negative effect, that inner knowing is intuition. For the sake of this, I also want to bring in Venus as well as Mercury. Venus for the relationship, sensuality, and Mercury for the communication and clarity. Hey Parakura, Thank you for joining me. Welcome to Amalu as well. So Amalu, the tarot queue is only going to open at 3 o'clock. That's like an hour and a half from now. So now Gemini, I'm going to go and create that servitor for Shilpa. While I do that, I want you to visualize your outcome. I want you to visualize this outcome happening where your love interest communicates what he desires, knows what he wants and communicates it. So put yourself in his shoes, imagine it, imagine how he's feeling about the relationship, imagine the anxiety he has about making the first move, imagine him making the decision to communicate in spite of his anxieties. And to be clear, imagining him having the realization of just knowing what he wants and what he wants from this relationship and from you, and then communicating that clearly. Imagine him taking out his phone and starting to type that message and send it to you. Okay, cool. So Shilpa, there is your servitor. You know how it works. Just take a screenshot of that. I'm gonna get it as close and as clear as I can. Take a screenshot, draw it out. And then visualize it. Every now and then you want to visualize it. So whenever you're feeling frustrated that he's not reaching out to you or that you're not able to see him, then you visualize it. When you're reflecting and you're making those changes in your emotional being and the way that you interact with your emotions, visualize it. It's alive and it's there to create this reality for you, to help bring it into fruition and manifestation. Welcome to David Maddie, to Crofty, and to Leah. Leah Morningstar, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me. Much appreciation, guys. I just want to let everyone know you can help me out and help support the stream by liking and sharing and giving me that follow if you haven't already. Would be much appreciated. And then Shilpa, once you get what you desire, Shilpa and Gemini, once your spells manifest, don't forget about your sorcerer. Please give him a tip. Don't forget about your mage. So thank you for joining the Q Crafty. Saying I just subscribed. No idea if I resonate with your readings yet, but I'm loving your tranquil vibe. Something tells me we'll be able to connect rather easily. That's interesting. Looking forward to that. Alright, gonna put your servitor together now, Gemini. Hope you did those visualizations for me. So basically, guys, what we're doing here, so you visualize the outcome, right? You've got that outcome in your mind. You've got the residue of that. We've seen the key, the means that we make that happen in the die cast. We know about the resistances to this outcome. It was also revealed in the die cast. So we've contemplated a whole bunch of different frequencies and a whole lot of residue, and it's all over the place, and we're trying to put all of our energy into that. It's like if you put a board on top of a tray of eggs, you can stand on the board and the eggs won't break. But if you step on the eggs themselves without that board, it goes through and breaks the eggs. So it's kind of, that's what's going on here. We want to break through reality. But with all of those visualizations and all that residue, the dispersion of the energy is too wide to really make a big enough impact. So we bring it all down into a single point, and that's what your sigil and your servitor is. It's that single point. And we focus on that point, and it dramatically increases the propensity of the focus of the energy, so it can really punch through reality. So here is your servitor, Gemini. Now you want to screenshot that and draw it out. It doesn't have to be identical or perfect. You just want to draw it out, and then basically this thing is alive, and you want to visualize it every now and then. When you're feeling frustrated that he's not texting you, or when he does text you and it's not about the things that you want it to be about, and he's not communicating the way you were hoping for, and then you visualize it. When you're considering your goals and what is authentic and what isn't authentic, you visualize it. It's alive and it's there. It's like a pet or a familiar, and it's there to ensure your outcome. It's there to make the changes to your reality that you desire. Now, when we power a servitor like this, we summon up our emotional energy, and that can be quite time consuming. So I did it in advance here, and I captured those emotional currents in this potion. So there are 3 ingredients here. That is fruit seeds, rainwater, and ashes from a burned page, much like one of these had intentions written on it, and that intention was to capture emotional energies for later use. So what I did was I sat here in a transmutation circle with all the ingredients around me in a triangle, and I relived my most intense emotional experiences, and I built that energy and built it until I could feel it moving through my body like electrified soda water. That's the best way I can describe it, like tingling soda water on my skin. And then I start speaking the enchantments and putting the ingredients together, channeling the energy through my breath as I do so. Vishnu aklamasanageru, seakora dosno adavai, isa makana latare, okoro ruach, amin. Okay. So this page, the physical fabric of this piece of paper, is the reality that you exist in, Shilpa and Gemini. The servitor and the affirmation is the desired change we want to inflict or impose on that reality. And the flame is our intentions. So the flame is going to do just that. The flame is going to transform your reality in accordance with your desire. I do have a fire safe dish here, guys, so it's all good. I want to watch those symbols as they burn. Didn't take very long. Okay, that's your spell cast. Stone is asking me what's in the jar. It is 3 ingredients: rainwater, fruit seeds, and ashes from a page, just like that one that I burned now. These are symbolic ingredients. The water is symbolic of pure emotional current. The seeds are symbolic of storage potential, as a seed houses the potential for great abundance. And the ashes are symbolic of the intention to capture those emotional energies, contain them for later use. Stone is asking, is that similar to a sigil by any chance? It is exactly a sigil. It is exactly a sigil. Do some research on a servitor. Servitor is basically, it's like a little, it's a sigil with a little more programming than a basic affirmation. So I'm going back up in the chat to see who joined for spells. Milton joined for a spell, I believe. Kylie joined for a spell. No, Milton didn't join for a spell. My mistake. Kylie joined. Kylie and Crafty. So if you guys are here, it's time for your spell. Welcome, one true villain. I'm here to learn the secrets of magic. Well, I think you're in the right place. Watch closely and you might see some things that you didn't believe were possible. Stoned Epiphany says Servitor with a C. How do you spell it? It's Servitor just like you spelled it, with an S instead of a C. Stoned Epiphany says, yes, I'm here, I'm Crafty. Crafty was a different user. Oh, PS, this is Crafty, just went back to my old username. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. What I need from you is your date of birth, just the... Yeah, I just want to know your zodiac, so I know what element you are ruled by, so I can get you a key that is specific to your outcome, and also I need to know what it is you desire. I see you wrote a little bit up in the stream, you said, oh my god, the stream is so interesting, you definitely know how to set yourself apart from other spiritual healers in the YouTube community. Can't wait to experience it for myself. Thank you for your recognition. Yeah, I'm not going out of my way to set myself apart from other healers. Yeah, just offering what the value that I have to offer. You know, not trying to make it fit into a box that YouTube expects. David Maddie said, hi, I'm currently learning chaos magic with very little education. A man named Ken, it's very interesting. Sorry about auto typing. Lol, I was just using the word chaos this morning, saved it automatically. Lol. So David Maddie, feel free to join me for a spell. Kylie seems to have left, but we have got Crafty. So Crafty, I'm still waiting for that zodiac. I take the spells in pairs, guys, so I have one for Crafty or Stoned Epiphany, and then I need someone else to join that queue. Is there anyone else interested in a spell? Hey, Kayadi Parma, welcome back. Thank you for joining me again. And yeah, let me know if you want a spell. Tarot queue opens in, can't really see, an hour. Let me have a look over here. More than an hour. Leo Sun, awesome. So fire sign, fire key. Cool. Let me know what it is you'd like to manifest so I can put down an affirmation for you and get going. Kayadi Parma wants a spell to be financially stable. Amazing, Kayadi. So what I'll need from you is your date of birth, not the year, just the month and the day. And then I'll also need to know what it is you want to do. Okay, you've let me know already. Financial stability. Cool. So I'll put down an affirmation for you so long while I wait for Crafty's affirmation. Within me exists the productive potential for financial security. So, Kayati, or Kayati, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I want you to speak this affirmation out loud and affirm it. Within me exists the productive potential for financial security. So mote it be. Thank you for letting me know that you are the 31st of the 12th. I believe that makes you a Capricorn, or am I wrong? No, you're after the 20. You're the next one. What's after Capricorn? Aquarius? Yeah, you are Capricorn, you're right. So you're an earth sign. That's great. And Stoned Epiphany says, I'd like to manifest my spiritual gifts, but also financial security. Should I just pick one? It would be easier. It would be better to pick one. I think that manifesting your spiritual gifts will definitely improve your position. It'll definitely improve. It'll put you at a better position to secure yourself financially. So, yeah. And Coyote Parma is asking me to repeat. So, within me exists the productive potential for financial security. So mote it be. Amazing. I figured that's what you were talking about. So, I'm going to think up an affirmation for you. I have all the tools at my disposal to realize my psychic potential, my psychic abilities. Yes. Affirm it out loud, please. I have all the tools at my disposal to realize my psychic abilities. So mote it be. Chris Finclair, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're still grabbing life by the horns, as you usually do. So I am now collecting a key for Kayati. So your number is 6. You don't have to yell it, Kayati. You do need to speak it with your tongue though. So even if you're whispering it, muttering it under your breath, please don't neglect to do that. Please do it. We want to create vibrations in the space around you. So yes, writing it down is effective, but we want to create vibrations, and that is done through the voice. Chris says, I'm feeling a bit sad today. Woke up to find out one of my DJ friends died. Sorry to hear that. Sorry for your loss. A lot of us are dealing with death of people that were close to us. It's quite unfortunate. A lot of souls are leaving this planet. Anyway, Kayati, your key here is 6. So the first thing that this is suggesting to me is that in the workspace there is like competition between colleagues. More than that, there's also like resistances. There's also like some kind of threat or oppression coming from management. Almost like you're at school and you've got this overlording teacher. So what the card wants to, what the numerology and the die want to suggest to you in that case is that you don't have to be at war with your colleagues. You can be inspired by them. When they are successful, you don't have to get resentful. You can be inspired and you can learn from their example and see what they did to be successful, and you can emulate it. And when it comes to the resistance and oppression from management, you just continue in your direction. Continue to exist authentically. Yeah, they might have things to say, you just listen, you just thank them for their opinion, even though opinions are a useless load of cuck, and you continue on authentically in your direction, focusing on your goals. And then the other key that's suggested there is that you can evolve your financial position, you can make progress in your financial position and overcome the limits that you had there by interacting with other people. So you are doing the best that you can with your knowledge and your resources to secure yourself. Now you can overcome those limitations, you can do better, you can get access to new resources and improve your knowledge by interacting with other people who are doing the same thing, applying themselves to their maximum potential. So you have certain strong connections, you have close relationships. Now the die is talking about all of those relationships, all of your close relationships. No, there's one that stands out from all the others. There's one that's really closer than the others, and that's probably a physically intimate relationship, whoever that connection is with. They are also doing the best that they can with their resources. Go outside, please, Jock. Excuse me, the dog keeps disturbing my... Go outside, please, Jock. Go. Thank you. Outside. He keeps disturbing the wires here. He comes in on the one side and he goes out over the wires. And it's not okay, so... This connection is also doing the best that they can, so you can learn from them. Their methods and their knowledge and their resources are different to yours. So what you know and what you've experienced can help them improve their position, and what they know and what they've experienced can help you improve your position. And you guys have resources, technology and finances at your disposal, and you can share those resources with each other to help do better. So that is your key. And what I want to bring into your servitor, into your spell, into your enchantment would be Jupiter. because Jupiter is all about security and abundance. Now I'm going to find a key for Crafty or Stoned Epiphany, and while I'm doing that, I want you to visualize your outcome. Kayati, I want you to visualize what it looks like to have financial security. What does that mean to you? How much is that? What kind of income is that? What kind of job or position, job description fits with that outcome? And then I want you to visualize how your life changes and how your lifestyle changes as a result of becoming financially secure. What changes in your reality? What changes in your lifestyle and your habits? I want you to follow that reality, that visualization out as far as you like. Visualize it growing, and as much of it as you like. While you're doing that, I'm going to get a key for Kylie. And Kylie is a fire sign. Nine. Okay, so your key, Crafty, your key is to self-reflect on what you're passionate about. And do some shadow work there regarding your desires. So in the past, there have been certain resistances towards stepping out and accomplishing your desires. Imposter syndrome, that's one that's coming up. Anxiety, fear of failure. Wanting the outcome so much that the thought of not realizing it leaves you stagnant and not actually reaching for it. But at the same time, there are also moments in your life where you have stepped out towards the things that you're passionate about. And you've applied yourself, and you've found breakthroughs, and you've found successes there. Even if it didn't play out to its entirety the way you wanted it to, you still did step out towards it. So you want to do this self-reflection so that you can identify where those shadows are rooted, those shadows of resistance, so you can avoid making those mistakes where you step out towards your passions and your desires, and then those imposter syndrome and those anxieties come up and it kind of sabotages your efforts. You want to self-reflect on that and find the root so that you can avoid repeating it. And then you also want to self-reflect on where you did well and those times when you did find breakthroughs and successes towards your passions, so you can reapply those methods for success as you go forward into the new cycle. And I want to bring who do I want to bring into this? Mercury and Saturn. Mercury being about communication, so psychic abilities. It is a communication. It's like a non-verbal and an immaterial communication between beings, whether that's other humans or spirits. And Saturn is about discipline and structure. So discipline and structure are going to be instrumental in developing your psychic abilities. So I'm going to bring those two in for you. Now I'm going to go and construct Parakura Servitor and Stoned Epiphany, aka Crafty. I want you to visualize your outcome. In the meantime, I want you to ask yourself what it looks like. What does that outcome look like? Where you have developed your psychic abilities, what is enough for you to start applying it and start giving the guidance and doing the things that you want to do? How much development is required before that happens? And what does it look like? What are those abilities? What are you able to do? What are you able to accomplish with them? What's the extent of it? What is enough? What is enough development before you begin? Visualize that outcome in its entirety. Like once you are stepping out, once they have developed enough that you can step out and start applying them, what does that look like? How much abundance do you bring into the world as a result? How much healing do you bring, and how much guidance, what kind of an impact do you have as a result? And what do you receive in return for the value that you put out? Visualize all of these things. Basically, what we're doing here, when we visualize all of these things, we identify the outcome and we see it in its entirety, and we identify the key to move from this reality into that reality. We also become aware of the resistances, the things that might stand between us and that outcome. We're contemplating all of these different residues, all of these frequencies and residues. So the idea is that we want to punch a hole between the present reality and the desired reality. We want to punch a hole through the fabric of reality. But if you hit the wall with a hammer, the hammer doesn't go through the wall. It just maybe makes a dent. So it's kind of like that. When you're visualizing all of these things, you increase its potential, its possibility for manifestation, but it doesn't really punch that hole. So what you want to do is you want to bring all of those frequencies down, all that residue, into a single point for focus, because then it's like putting a nail against the wall before you hit the hammer there, and then when you hit that nail it goes through the wall, and essentially that's what we're doing. We're creating that point of focus for all of the energy, all of our emotional energy and focus. So Kiadi, here is your servitor. I'm going to bring it closer. I want you to screenshot it and draw it out. It doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be identical. You want to draw it out and visualize it when you're in the workplace. Visualize it when you're communicating with other people about financial security. Because as we saw with your key, that was one of the ways that you overcome your limitations, is to interact with other people who are doing their best. So in those moments you visualize him because he's alive. He's like a pet or a familiar that follows you around, and make sure that this reality of financial security becomes yours, and that you become productive, and all of the potential that's necessary for financial security exists within you, and that you can tap into it. So now I'm going to create Stoned Epiphany's Servitor. When we charge a servitor or a sigil, when we charge a spell, we charge it with emotional energy. Emotions power spells and metaphysical technology the way that electricity powers mundane scientific technology. Well, it's all science, mundane, physical technology. But to summon that kind of emotional... Jesus, where'd all these flies suddenly come from? When we power and when we summon all those emotional energies, it can be quite time consuming. So I do it in advance with this potion here, as I described earlier what's in the jar and what it's made of. Stoned Epiphany is saying, how do you create the servitor? Is it completely random? Whatever sort of shape or design comes to mind? No, it's not entirely random. Yes, there is a random aspect that comes intuitively, but it is inspired by the symbols of the planets that I bring in, and it's inspired by the shape of the letters that form up the affirmation, and it is inspired by the numbers that were shown on the dice when I asked for your key. The intuitive aspect, that is your outcome. Here is your servitor. This is Stoned Epiphany Servitor. So you want to draw it out. You want to take a screenshot so you can draw it out. Doesn't have to be identical. And yeah, he's alive, and he's there to help you develop your intuitive gifts and make you aware of the tools you have at your disposal that that'll help you do that, you know, realizing that the tools are there and then using them to realize the outcome. He is there to help you with that. to make sure that it happens. No, the servitor does not lose any effectiveness if you accidentally misplace the physical picture. So the reason that you're drawing it yourself is to connect more, it's just to connect with it on a deeper level, because I'm the one drawing it here, so you connect to it deeper by drawing it out yourself. You don't actually need that physical copy. You can throw it away. Ideally, you would want to keep it somewhere until your desire is realized, and then you throw it away. But yeah, it's not essential. If you can remember it, you can always come back to the video, you know, and look at it again. The videos don't go down. They stay up there. Now I'm going to charge it with the potion. Ima na iva, okoro minia saka esu, patra aira, sekoro dosnara male ili, anama, isa amin. So as I was saying earlier, the physical page is your physical reality. The flame is our intentions, and the symbols and the words written on the page are our desired change. So now we are using our intention, applying our intention, in order to transform that reality in accordance with our will and our desire. Watch those symbols burn. And there you go, guys. Welcome, Marine. Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to have a look and see how much time we have on the clock, but I think you can most certainly get a spell. Yeah, there's plenty of time. So type hashtag Chaos, give me your desire that you want to manifest, and your date and month of birth, so I know your element, and you'll be up next. Well, maybe not. I'm going to go and see who else has joined. And I just want to say to Crafty and Kayati, once you guys get your desires, once it manifests, please don't forget about your mage. Give him a tip. Thank you for joining that queue, Dr. Marine. But yeah, it looks like, Marine, you are the only one in the queue at the moment for a spell. Stone Epiphany says, I'm so sorry, last question, I promise, but what were you chanting and what language was it in? When you burned it, was that part of the spell ritual? If I were to do this for myself at home, you're welcome to do it. Yeah, you're welcome to summon up some emotional energy and channel it into the sigil, into the servitor, and then burn it. You're welcome to do that. So there's one thing I've got to bring up. When it comes to chaos magic teachings, most of the the recognized names in that frequency, they say it's never a good idea to charge a spell more than once unless you are 100% certain that you're going to be able to summon more emotional energy than before, stronger focus and more magical factor. So when I created this potion, I built up that emotional energy until I could feel it moving through my body viscerally. It was like soda water, as if I was hanging upside down and someone was pouring soda water on my feet and it was running over me. That's kind of how it felt, but I was sitting cross-legged when it happened. Almost like I was being submerged in soda water. That's actually what it felt like. Sometimes it feels like it comes from above, like now, when I open that jar and I apply the flame to the potion and it starts to evaporate, then I start to feel that again. So I don't know if you are familiar with that emotional ecstasy, or what they call emotional ecstasy. If you're able to summon it yourself, then go ahead and do the charging as well. But if not, then perhaps experiment with a different spell of your own and apply your own emotional energy to that, and let this one be charged by the emotional energy that I did summon. And as to the language, it's not any human language, it's the language of stars, it's a star tongue. So what was I chanting? I was basically affirming, I was speaking to the spirits of the universe, affirming what it is that you desire, affirming the affliction or imposition of our intentions on reality to punch that hole. Words are the most powerful tool we have, our voice. So when we create these vibrations in reality, we alter reality. Each time that we say something, those words impact the environment. Those vibrations bounce off of the atoms in the physical space. So when I speak English, it's a human tongue, it's very limited, and it's also, my conscious mind gets in the way, so there's a lot of logic that comes in there. So the point of using the star tongue is to allow my ideal self, my ideal aspect, the part of me that is incarnated again and again over the millennia, all of my aspects together, to allow them to speak in the deepest sense of their knowledge and intuition, so that it's not hindered by my own consciousness or my own unconsciousness. It's entirely on point with what's going on. There's no interfering variables. Welcome to Princess. Thank you for joining me today. So the queue is going to open in like 46 minutes, the queue for tarot queue. At the moment we are casting spells, so thank you Parakura for joining for that spell. How on earth did I learn to speak in Star Tongue? That is so amazing. I know I said no more questions, but wow, I've never been so curious and intrigued. So basically you develop it. Yeah, once you start tapping into past life memories and you start tapping into the more divine aspects of yourself, and you've learned how to channel your ideal self, then your ideal self wants to speak. You want to open your mouth and say things, and so when you can develop the confidence to actually do that, even if you don't understand what you're saying, that's how you develop the ability to speak star tongue. Now there are other people call it light language, star language. There are a whole different number of names for it. I don't really care what it's called. And as you develop the ability to speak it, you start to understand what's being said. You start to recognize certain words. You start to tap into it intuitively and understand what's actually being said. And that applies to other people as well. Like, there are many people in my life who also speak their star language, and our languages all sound very different, but most of the time it's like I hear them in English. They're not speaking English, but it's like I'm hearing them speak to me in English, and it's it's quite mind-blowing, to be honest. And they don't even know what they just said to me, and I'm like, I'm so glad you don't know what you just said to me. Because it was way too intimate. So Parakura asks for a life of wealth and peace, giving me the date of birth. Thank you very much. And thank you for trusting me, Parakura. Thank you for experimenting, allowing me, for experimenting with the occult, allowing me to cast a spell on your behalf, and trusting me. So I'm looking through the chat to see. Okay, Marine says, I'm trying to manifest a loving partner for marriage. Currently I'm single. Okay, cool. Alright, I need to just grab another page because I thought there were more in that pile and they aren't. This is the box that houses my tarot. One of the hinges is off. I think we have time for another 2 pairs. We're about to do 1 pair, and then we'll have time for 1 more pair. And I don't know if you guys notice, this is the Thoth Tarot, but it has a unique background. It's a unique deck. There isn't another one like it anywhere. Stone Epiphany talks about her ex speaking in tongues when he was younger, and an angel appeared from the sky afterwards. So I've seen a lot of UFOs in the sky. I don't know if I'd call them angels. I don't know if I'd call them aliens either. They don't necessarily appear when I'm channeling star language. His family at the time was practicing Christianity, so I'm from a Christian background. My family, my father and his father before him were Catholic, so I'm from a Catholic heritage. But I find that religion is like completely obsolete in this day and age. No, I don't think that it differs, to be honest, Stone Epiphany. I don't think that it differs at all. I think the languages are different, yes, but it's all coming from that place of channeling all the different incarnations of yourself across the millennia, and channeling your divine self, your ideal self. So we are pure beings as humans. We are pure beings, and that means things like productive, secure, accepting, content, creative, humble, graceful, enduring, compassionate, loving, honest, tactful, discerning, aware, self-aware, and ultimately liberated. And these are how each of the energy spheres correspond, starting with security, then creativity, etc., all the way through until the crown is open and you're connected with divinity, you're connected with that divine aspect. But these energy centers can get wounded through traumatic experiences, and then those wounds become infected with things like fear and shame and guilt and pride and resentment and hatred, betrayal, pain, lies, deceit, delusion, self-pity, and those things shut you off from your divine aspect, from your ideal self. So it really doesn't matter what religion you fall under, what your practices are, you can still exist as your divine self, as your ideal self. That is a suggestion that's written in the New Testament. It's not true. Paul said that most humans won't understand what is being said when you speak in tongues, so it makes more sense to speak in a language that people will understand. But then again, he himself used to speak in tongues in public, so and when he did so, when the apostles did speak in tongues, then the people who would hear them would hear unique messages that were specific to each of them in their own home languages. And some people couldn't make sense of anything that they were saying. Some people weren't able to receive anything from it. But now basically I'm going to get that second pair running. So we need an affirmation to manifest a loving partner. So Marine, I'm going to put in there, I am the ideal match for healthy, loving masculinity. I'm assuming you're female. I'm just picking up feminine energies. Interested in finding a healthy divine masculine archetype. So that's going to look like you having to become an example of healthy femininity. And just by the way, that's what the spell is going to do. So you want to attract healthy masculinity, the spell is going to make you into the energetic match for that so that you attract it. Because healthy masculinity is not going to fall for toxic femininity. Okay, now I want you to speak that out loud. I am the energetic match for healthy, loving masculinity. So mote it be. And you are a water sign. So I'm going to find you a key that will unlock that future. I will interpret that for you in a sec. I want to first put down an affirmation for Parakura. I have the productive potential for a life of wealth and peace. Now, Parakura, please affirm that out loud. I have the productive potential for a life of wealth and peace. So mote it be. Now, interpreting Marine's key. It's 13 and you're a water sign. So basically the numerology of this die cast is saying that how you move to become the energetic match for healthy masculinity is to allow your entire emotional self to be reborn. So the way that you have been interacting with your emotions, earlier I was saying we're all pure beings, so that applies to you too. And then those energy centers become infected with things like fear and shame and etc, etc. So basically you want to acknowledge those things. You want to acknowledge where you have fed the infection of fear, where you have basically justified doing things out of fear, reacting to fear, running out of relationships because you're afraid of something, afraid of abandonment, whatever it might be. Yeah, you want to stop that way of reacting to emotions. You need to cut that out of your life. Let that die. That habit needs to die. From now on, you're taking responsibility with your own. I mean, this is something that is not, it's not going to happen overnight, but it's something that's going to happen steadily. But you're going to be taking responsibility for your own emotional triggers, and learning to do something constructive and productive with that energy rather than feeding into it and doing something and doing what it's telling you to do. If you're feeling resentful, doing something spiteful, no. Feeling resentful, doing something compassionate, yes. So basically that's the rebirth we're seeing here with this new, this 13 on the die cast regarding water. It's about allowing your emotional being to be reborn, letting go of the old way, the old habits, the old way of interacting with your emotions, and choosing a healthier path of healing when it comes to your emotional triggers. That is your key to unlock this future of becoming the energetic match for healthy, loving masculinity. I want to bring Venus. I want to bring in Venus. Yes. So I'm going to find a key for Parakura now. Marine, I want you to visualize your outcome. I want you to visualize it in as much detail as you can. I want you to play it out in your mind. What does that healthy masculine archetype look like? What does that healthy feminine archetype that you're becoming look like? How has your life changed once you've become the energetic match for that healthy masculinity? How does your lifestyle change? How do your habits change before you get there? Imagine that he, the healthy masculine archetype, is not quite fully evolved yet. He still needs to evolve and become that ideal energetic match for you. You're both evolving in order to meet each other. Imagine it. Imagine what it looks like once you finally do meet. What does your life together look like? Imagine the bed that you share together. Imagine your wedding day. Imagine grocery shopping together or ordering things online together. Just imagine your life together as healthy masculinity and healthy femininity, as counterparts. Well, now while you're visualizing that, I'm going to get that key for Parakura. Is that day and then month? Or is that month and then day? In your date of birth, are you in the 8th month or on the 8th day? Yeah, your number is 12 and you are an air sign. Okay, so you confirmed 8th of February. Great, then you are an air sign. So basically what this key is saying to you, Parakura, it is saying that you have goals, and there are some challenges that you've been facing regarding those goals, some resistances. So the key, the number wants to suggest to you that you face those challenges head on and you press against those resistances. There might seem to be easier ways out. Rather let go of that goal. But no, this is saying face those challenges. Press against those resistances. Look inside yourself and find the ingenuity and the creative potential in order to overcome them. Deliberately expose yourself to that difficulty and push forward, because you will find a breakthrough. So there are certain goals you have regarding peace and prosperity, and there have been some challenges and resistances you've met. You've struggled to reach them, feeling like you take one step forward, go 2 steps back. So whatever those challenges might be, and whatever those resistances are, apply your creativity to them and face those challenges, because you will make a breakthrough. Marine, suddenly felt a burning in your right middle finger while visualizing. Well, I didn't grab you by the middle finger. Usually people only feel that if I grab them astrally, if I like touch them astrally, and they feel that burning. I didn't consciously try and grab your middle finger though. And for Parakura, regarding this outcome, I'd like to bring Saturn and Jupiter into your spell, because Saturn is about structure in the emotional being and the spiritual being, that'll bring peace, and Jupiter is about abundance and wealth, security. So now I'm going to create that servitor. I'm going to construct the servitor for Marine. While I'm doing that, Parakura, I want you to visualize your outcome. I want you to visualize what it looks like to live a life of wealth. What are you defining by wealth? Does that look like having a garden that produces more food than you'll ever need? Does that look like having a job that earns you more than your expenses require? What does a life of wealth look like to you, and what does it look like to have peace? What does that mean? Is that emotional peace? Is that peace a lack of conflict? I want you to visualize the outcome. Ask yourself those questions and visualize it and say, okay, what does my life look like when I reach the outcome? What has changed in my reality between now and then? Follow it out into its fullness. How much peace are we talking about? How much wealth are we talking about? Follow it out. It can be that you have an abundant income, and you have abundant fruit trees, and you have veggie gardens, and you have chickens and sheep and just everything, and you're just abundant in every way. And peaceful in your emotional being, peaceful in your spiritual being, trusting in your ideal self to secure yourself, and that you are creative and that you are humble, trusting in that ideal aspect, trusting in the divine, and that peace, that inner peace, spreading into the environment, so there's no longer conflicts, and all conflicts between you and your family are resolved as a result of that inner peace. Follow the outcome as far as you like. So Marine, there is your servitor. Hopefully the wind will give you a chance to screenshot it. Oh, did my video just freeze? Literally it did. That's hilarious. So Marine, it doesn't actually matter that it's blurry. Please go ahead and copy it down, draw it out. I'm going to put Parakura's Servitor together while we wait for the camera to reboot. Thank you. Thank you, Lavina, for sharing the live. Jenna Brown, please don't spam. I'm about to open my queue for tarot readings, free tarot readings by the way, so yeah, you'll probably have better luck, you know, like advertising yourself the way all the other legit practitioners do, instead of trying to take, you know, instead of spamming my thread and hoping that that will result in customers, because it doesn't. It never does. Okay, she's blocked. My camera will be back in a sec, guys. Just hang with me for a few seconds. It takes unnecessarily long to boot. Start that server now, please. Okay. Server's running. Great. So we have the video back. Thank you for your patience. Did you get that servitor, Marine? Basically, you want to visualize him every now and then. And yeah, he's alive. He's accomplishing your goal, inspiring you bit by bit to make the shifts and changes and go through that rebirth in order to become the energetic match for the ideal masculine. And then once you get what you desire, please don't forget about your mage. Please give him a tip. He'll very much appreciate it. And here we go with Parakura Servitor. So the same thing. Parakura. You want to screenshot and draw it out. Come on, focus. Focus, camera. Focus. There. And then draw it out and visualize him. And he is there like a pet or a familiar to follow you around. Yeah, to allow you to tap into your productive potential and your inner abundance and your inner peace, so that can begin to reflect in your universe around you. So whenever you're stressing about finances, whenever you're stressing about relationships or whatever it might be, visualize him. When you are doing things that are productive to secure yourself, or when you're tapping into that inner peace, visualize him. And the same for you. marine. So when you are going on a date, or when you meet somebody, visualize him. When you are doing your self-care routines, and when you're meditating, or when you're doing things to develop yourself, visualize him. And now it's time to charge it. So when we charge a servitor, we power it with emotional energy and focus. It's because emotions power metaphysical technology the way electricity powers physical technology. What we're trying to do with this is like punch a hole between the reality where we are and the reality where you have your desire. So if you take a hammer and you hit it against the wall, you'll make a dent. So when you're visualizing your outcome, and you're contemplating the key, and you're contemplating resistances to your outcome, that is like hitting the hammer against reality. So you create a dent, you make that outcome more likely to manifest, but it doesn't really punch that hole. So what the servitor does is it brings all of those thoughts down into a single point, so that all of your energy goes to a single point, and that's like putting a nail against the wall before you hit it with a hammer, so that that energy goes through the wall, it punches through reality. And that's basically what we're doing with the servitor. Now, summoning that emotional energy for each individual spell is quite time consuming and taxing, so I did it in advance by creating this potion here. So it's comprised of 3 ingredients. The ingredients is symbolic: fruit seeds, rainwater, and ashes from a page, much like this one, with intentions written on it. So the water symbolizes the emotional energy. The seeds represent like a space for that energy to be contained, because seeds have a lot of potential. They house a potential for great abundance in a small space. And the ashes to be symbolic of the intention itself, to capture energies for later use. So I relive my most intense emotional experiences, and I allow the emotional energy to build as I go through it, relive the feelings and the emotions, until I feel that energy moving through my body like an electrical current, like I'm being submerged in soda water. And then I start to enchant and put the ingredients together, channeling the energy through my breath. Now I'm going to empower your servitors, bring them to life essentially with this potion. Stir up those ashes. Batravayo nonoma astake enama aesa ruach desia manena isa sekoro amin. Now, this page, the physical material of this page, is the physical reality where you guys live, where you currently reside. The symbols and the words are the desired changes that we want to inflict on that reality, that we want to impose. And the flame here is our intentions. So we're going to take our intentions and apply it to reality and cause it to transform in accordance with our desires. And as it burns, we watch those symbols burn. We watch the flame empowering the reality of our desire. Amin. Ooh, and there I feel like I just dived into a into a pool of soda water. Okay, so there's 9 minutes on the clock. I think I'm just going to go ahead and open that tarot cube, but first I'm going to use the toilet, roll a cigarette. I think that's what I'll use those few minutes for, and then we'll open the tarot cube. Welcome, Nicholas G. Hi, Libra will express or tell me his feelings. I'm Leo. So, Nicholas, we're going to open the tarot reading queue in a few minutes. Please stick around. Please like and share and subscribe if you haven't done so already. And, yeah, to all you guys who got spells today, when you get what you desire and it manifests into your life, don't forget about your mage. Give him a tip. He'll much appreciate it. Marine says, thank you so much. I'm much positive now. Love and light your way. Same to you. May God bless you abundantly beyond your wildest dreams. Okay, excuse me while I use the toilet. Hello, chair. The chair greets you in return. The throne greets. Welcome, Varying Red Bird. Varying Red Beard. Once I roll this cigarette, I'm going to open that queue for the tarot. Good morning, Zapsess. Yes, it is afternoon. It is like almost 3 o'clock. In a few minutes, When that countdown reaches 0, it'll be 3 o'clock. When the tarot queue opens. I'm glad that you were having interesting conversation in the chair, varying Redbeard. And Nicholas G, to join the queue, you will type hashtag tarot as soon as the queue opens. Wait for the queue to open and then type hashtag tarot, and you'll be in the queue for the first reading. First one to type hashtag tarot will be first one for reading. And these are 3 card spreads that I give away. Feels too early to be alive. I typically wake up at like 8:15 every day. Not this morning. This morning I woke up at like 10:30. Because you know, last night I was streaming until 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I'm gonna go open that queue quickly. Okay, the queue is open, guys. For 2 hours the queue is open. This is the box that houses my tarot. One of the hinges is broken on the one side. Okay. Nicholas G, type your hashtag tarot with your question to get into the queue. Okay, you've already asked your question, just do the hashtag tarot. I feel like you're being aspres. That word means like deliberate. You're deliberately ignoring my request. I feel triggered and I feel inclined to deliberately ignore your question unless you answer and acknowledge my request that you will type hashtag tarot. Yes, varying Redbeard, I do general readings. I'm afraid that's not quite how it works, Parakura. We tip and then we get readings. But you will get a tarot reading if you make your request. I'm giving away free tarot readings, so just type hashtag tarot with your question. If you still feel inclined to tip in 3 days, you're welcome to do so. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. But yeah, just go ahead and type hashtag tarot with your question and I will give you your general reading. You're welcome to ask questions too. Thank you very much, Redbeard. You are in the queue for the first reading. General reading for Redbeard. The varying Redbeard. Hashtag tarot, just like you can see everyone else doing. That's how you join the queue. It's written in the description. Type hashtag tarot. Oh, we've got a wild card for you, Redbeard. Number 15. This card is saying that there might be people in your life right now who are trying to invalidate you, make you feel like the things you're working on and your beliefs are invalid and that they're right and you're wrong. So the advice that card has for you is to just acknowledge what they're saying and just continue on in your direction. Let them go their way and you go your way. You don't have to stoop to their level and try and prove yourself to be right. You can be secure within your own beliefs and your own practices. You can validate yourself. Basically, you don't need it from someone else. You don't need to prove to anyone else that what you do works for you. Thank you very much, Nicholas G. You are third. You are third in the queue. What general guidance do the spirits have for Nicholas G? Okay, so your first card here is a 9 of discs. This is saying that where you've come from, you self-reflect on your physical reality, on your health, and the things that you did to improve your health and things you did to improve your financial security. You've been reflecting in 2022. It's been a big period of like isolation and reflection, self-isolation physically, whether that's deliberate because of COVID or whether that's just like that hermiting lifestyle is what you prefer. Basically, there's been isolation and there has been self-reflection. So you are doing this self-reflection in order to acknowledge where you went wrong in the past, where you did things that sabotaged your security or that sabotaged your efforts to improve your health and your lifestyle. And you're acknowledging those things and taking responsibility so you can avoid them in the future as you go forward. You're also acknowledging where you did things that were successful, where you made breakthroughs regarding your health and your finances, and you're taking responsibility for those so you can reapply those methods for success. Your present interval card is the Prince of Cups reversed. This card is just telling me that you're suffering in your emotional being right now. There seems to be a lot of challenges and a lot of resistance to everything that you're trying to work towards. And yeah, it feels like suffering. It feels painful. But this card wants to say to you, push forward. Yeah, you are responsible for your own emotional satiety. It's not the responsibility of the environment. So a mystic, or the saying is, a mystic can be comfortable in hell. So you can make yourself comfortable regardless of what's going on in the environment. Your comfort and your satiety comes from within. So keep pushing forward towards what you're working on, regardless of external resistances or challenges. Face those challenges head on and apply yourself against those resistances, and you will make the breakthroughs you're looking for. Future interval is number 16, the Tower. So as you're going forward, you're going to be again self-reflecting. You're going to look at what you've believed about yourself and what you're capable of that wasn't true, the things you've believed about your environment, the teachings you've believed in that have resulted in detriment rather than success, the principles you founded yourself on. You're going to be acknowledging which principles have actually been detrimental to you and which have actually been beneficial to you. So this card is the right way around, so it's actually a healthy card. Acknowledging our limitations and insecurities can always be difficult, but this is a healthy card, because if you don't go through this of your own accord, if you don't acknowledge yourself of your own accord and your insecurities, then the universe will force you to. The universe will give you circumstances and will bring people into your life that knock your tower down. And it's painful, unnecessarily painful. If you're regularly going through this self-reflection, like we see with the spread, you avoid that unnecessary pain. So this is really helpful. As you work those insecurities out and you let go, cut out those principles that have been detrimental to you, you can instead replace them with solid facts, solid truths that are beneficial to you, that are, things like productivity and creativity and humility. These things, when applied to your life, are solid foundations, as opposed to things like fear and doubt and pride and guilt. And that is your reading. Thank you for joining the queue, Stoned Epiphany, and welcome, Priyaratne, on Facebook. It's nice to see you again. You know how it works. Type #tarot with your question and you will be in that queue. Varying Redbird says, I never read the instructions. I never read the instructions or see descriptions. Well, that's silly. You might find something useful there. Stoned Epiphany asks me, are you able to communicate with our deceased loved ones by any chance, or is mediumship not something you practice? Mediumship is very much something I practice. I typically don't do that in live streams, but I can receive messages from the spirits on your behalf through divination. But when it comes to actual mediumship, like actually channeling and listening for clairaudient messages, that's something I offer privately. So you're welcome to direct message me, connect with me, and I'll send you a list of all my private offerings, because I do offer a lot more than what I offer in private. I offer a lot more than what I offer here publicly. This is kind of more like a demonstration of what I have to offer, the streams, the live, the free offerings. So Parakura wants to know if Aroragni is with her. What advice does the universe have regarding the presence of Aroragni? Parakura says, I'm funny. Thank you. I'm glad I'm entertaining. On behalf of Parakura, is Aroragni with her? So the pendulum is swinging back and forth, which is a yes, but it is also giving me like an anti-clockwise rotation at the same time. So that anti-clockwise rotation tells me that you need to step into the presence of Aroragni. So when people die, there is a period of time when they are in this reality and they're still moving on, and during that period, yes, it's not unheard of to have them come into your space, but once they've moved on, you need to go into their space. You need to bring an offering to them with a picture of them and speak to them, and that connects you to them. They're not going to come to you once they've moved on. You have to go to them. So, some more clarity from the tarot. Prince of Discs, reversed. So this card is saying to me that when you are experiencing physical difficulties, so that's difficulties with your finances, when ends are not quite meeting and there's some struggle there, that's when your thoughts, that's when you feel triggered and you miss Aragni. That's when your thoughts go back to him, when you start to connect to him. So in those moments when you have those triggers, you move into his presence, and then he is there with you. And this is how you tap into your potential in order to overcome the stresses that are in your environment, by talking to him in your private time. And in those moments you are stepping into his presence, but you can take it a little bit further by making a little dedicated space to him. If you have his ashes, that is good enough. If you have pictures of him, you can like make a little altar for him, and you can bring him little leftovers every now and then, leave it there for a little while before you throw it away. Keep his presence around. Visit him whenever you like. Next is Nicholas G. Please confirm, Nicholas G, that you're still here. So I want confirmation from Nicholas G. Please let me know that you're still here, because you're up next. Amazing, thank you. So your question was whether your love interest will express feelings towards you. Most welcome, Parakura. Thank you very much. What advice do the spirits have for Nicholas G regarding this potential relationship with the one referred to as Libra? On behalf of Nicholas G, will the one referred to as Libra express his feelings towards her or him? So there's a backwards and forwards swinging, which is a yes, he will. There's a clockwise rotation, which indicates that it's going to be more than you seem, and more than it seems, more than you're expecting. His expression is going to be deeper and more clear and more honest than you're expecting. It's also saying that he has been expressing his feelings to you, not necessarily in words, but in gestures, in actions. Words are actually a lot less important than actions, so look at his actions before you even consider his words. Some further clarity from the tarot. Two of Wands. This card is saying that this relationship has the potential for all of what you're passionate about and all that you desire. Everything that you hope from this relationship, it is the potential for it is there. Everything you desire and are passionate about, the potential for it is there. What will be required of you in order to see it is commitment. To commit to the relationship, commit to self-work, self-development, commit to love, and you will see that potential realized. that concludes your reading, Nicholas. Thank you very much. Next up is Stoned Epiphany. So Stoned Epiphany, you're saying your question has to do with your grandfather who was passed on, so let me know what it is, what your question is, so I can draw that spread for you. You're welcome, Nicholas G. Please feel free to like and share and subscribe. Much appreciated. I hope I'll be seeing you again. Okay, no problem. Let me know what your question is. Okay, cool. I look forward to hearing from you in that case. Parakura says, I feel sadness, but not for me. Thank you for your recognition. I desire liberation for mankind, but each of you individually is your own savior. The Spirit wants to liberate, and it is just up to each individual to open the doorway to that liberation and accept it and receive it. Stoned Epiphany says, my question is, how does my recent ex feel about me compared to how he feels about the person he cheated on me with? And is he trying to pursue her now that I've left him? Okay. Let's draw that spread. What is the dynamic between Stoned Epiphany, her ex, and the third party? Okay, your first card is the Prince of Discs. He's reversed. So this is telling me that he, the ex, felt like you put strain on him, like you put strain on his finances. He felt dissatisfied with the sex life of the relationship, the sexual relationship there. Most of these dissatisfactions and most of these issues came from within, but he wasn't prepared to step into his role as a masculine figure, as a healthy masculinity, and set boundaries and communicate clearly. It was easier for him to run away, to find another route out. And to him that looked like cheating, but unfortunately he's going to find the same problems. You know, if he goes into that relationship with the one he cheated on, the third party, he's going to find that he's meets the same resistances and same challenges, because the issue is not with the partner, the issue is with himself and his ability to communicate clearly and his ability to set boundaries. Present interval is Princess of Cups. So this is saying that in the present he is trying to create emotional security, he's trying to find emotional fulfillment within a relationship, he's trying to form a deep emotional connection. Now I don't know if he's messaging you or if he's trying to pursue the ex, it's not being clear about that, but he is trying to create that emotional connection. He is looking to create a solid relationship, whether it's with you or the third party is not clear. But he is neglecting to be vulnerable. He's like putting on a shell, like a tortoise, like he's tough stuff, like he's unaffected in his emotional being, but truly he's actually hurting inside. And yeah, there's a lot going on in his emotional being that he's like keeping to himself, hiding in his shell, not prepared to come out and be vulnerable, not realizing that that is how you create strong emotional bonds, by being vulnerable with your emotional experience. Pema Wango, you're gonna get yourself banned. Don't spam. It says very clearly in the description, no spam. Type #tarot to join the queue. Future interval is 7 of Wands. This is for Stoned Epiphany, just clarifying that. So this is what's about to open up, and that is decisions. Identifying what it is that you desire and what he desires. Seeing that outcome, like we did with the spell casting, seeing the outcome, and choosing a means to reach that outcome. Choosing a pathway, a direction to travel towards the destination. So the decisions are yet to be made, decisions of whether he's going to, who he desires, what kind of relationship he desires, and who he thinks is best suited for that. But there's also decisions there that you need to make. Do you want to be in a relationship with someone who cheats, with someone who will rather run away from his challenges than face them and find breakthroughs? So there's another piece of advice the card is having there to help you, give you clarity when you're making your decision. So you can either, basically it's saying, if he is prepared to take responsibility, then it's okay to give him another chance. But if he tries to justify himself, that's a big red flag, and you don't go back into that relationship. If he tries to spin stories of why it, like self-pity, make you feel sorry for him and that it's forgivable that he did this, no, that's red flags. If he takes responsibility and he's prepared to just apologize, and he demonstrates a desire to change and do better and start facing his challenges and communicating what those boundaries are, what he's dissatisfied with, and what he felt like you put strain on in his life, yeah, maybe then you can give him another chance. But otherwise, no. And then once you've made your decision, stick to it. Whether it's a yes or a no, stick to it. Commit to it. And that is the conclusion of your reading. So, thank you very much. Thank you for the like, and thank you for the subscribe. And that's everybody in the queue taken care of. The queue is still open, guys, so if you want to join that queue, type #tarot with your question. Only have to ask it once. Pema Wango, please type #tarot to join the queue. Thank you for joining the queue, Claire. I've got you. Yeah, let me know what your question is, or if you'd like a general reading. Priya, thank you for joining the queue. Again, just let me know what your question is, or if you want a general reading. Pema Wango, thank you for joining the queue. I know what your question is. So Claire Jacobs is looking for a general reading. What general guidance do the spirits have for Claire Jacobs? So your first card here, Claire, is the 9 of Cups. So this card is telling me that in the past you have neglected to take responsibility for your emotional discord and disharmony, having a tendency to blame the environment and to blame others. So you're feeling upset, it's that person's fault. You're feeling afraid, it's that person's fault. And this is detrimental. So when you are feeling difficult emotions, it's very important that you are able to take responsibility, because once you take responsibility and you acknowledge that this is something that's in you, then you can choose to make a change. You can choose to do something constructive, something productive, and that will bring you right out of that emotional disharmony. But blaming the environment and blaming others in your space, that gives you justification to stay in that low emotional current. So you end up inflicting yourself and those around you with more emotional disharmony than is necessary. This is something that's in the past though, and it is coming to a close. In the present we have a Queen of Wands. So this Queen of Wands is saying to me that in the present you are reaching for what you desire. You are trying to step out towards the things that you're passionate about and reach for them and see them realized in your life. There are moments where you get a little bit hopeless, feeling like what you want and what you're passionate about is bigger than what you can accomplish. And in those moments you get overzealous. You start communicating with people around you, almost like you're trying to convince them that you are capable of what you desire and what you're passionate about, and that kind of intimidates and frightens people, and it kind of pushes them away a little bit and makes them a little bit weary. So the advice that card has for you there is that anything you can visualize up here, anything that is within your heart's desire and you want, you can accomplish it. Just identify a way that you can put one foot in front of the other towards it, and then do that. And be mindful not to, the only person you need to convince that you're capable is yourself. You don't need to convince anyone else. Doing so can push people away, so try and avoid doing that. When people do ask you about it, be tactful in how much you communicate, because there are people who will want to support you in what you're passionate about. So don't try and convince them that you're capable of it. Just be secure in that you are working towards it, and as long as you're putting one foot in front of the other, you will get there. And when you communicate, keep that security in mind, so that you don't find yourself trying to convince. Rather, you're just talking about what you have actually been doing towards it, and then you'll find that there are people who are inspired and want to support you within it. Future interval is Princess of Discs. So what's opening up for you? Physical intimacy. Basically, a physically fulfilling and physically satisfying relationship is on the horizon for you. That might be with someone that you already know, or it might be a new connection. There isn't clarity there. But basically, this relationship, there's going to be a lot of sexual spark. and a lot of fun. But more than that, this person, this individual, is going to be working with you regarding your career. So if you have like an exercise routine, this person is going to join you within that, or they're going to have their own exercise routine. So you guys are going to be motivating one another in your fitness and your health. But more than that, you're also going to be working together in your career. Whatever it is that you're trying to create for your life, whatever it is that person is trying to create for their life, you guys are going to be supporting one another in that outcome. And that is what you are. Yeah, that's your reading. That's where you're going into a relationship where there's a lot of like physical satisfaction, some of the best sex around, and financial support, supporting, co-creation, and that is, yeah, that's your reading. No, Pema Wangmo, that reading was for Claire Jacobs on YouTube. Thank you, Claire. Please like and share and subscribe. Much appreciation. Next in the queue is Priya Ratne. Gemini says, I lost my network earlier. Can I get added to the queue? You know how it works. You do a hashtag tarot with your question and that gets you into the queue. So you've already dropped your question. Please just leave that hashtag tarot. And then I see Stone Epiphany says, thank you, Karin. Is there a reputable site where I can educate myself more about chaos magic with true and reliable info? I want to teach myself and not bother you with question after question. So I'm here to give insight, but there is a website, a community that I am involved in. It is called chaosmagic.com, so literally chaosmagic.com, and over there they post regular articles on chaos magic and magic in general. And if you join their Discord server, they have like what I do here. They have like a weekly free offerings stream in their server. So yeah, check it out. And then you can also follow me on Facebook, because I upload like useful spells and little articles on magic there as well. So as much as chaosmagic.com, you know, when I found chaosmagic.com, I was pretty impressed, because what they were doing and what they were creating was very much aligned with my own vision and what I was creating. So yeah, they've been doing it a little bit longer than I have, and they have a lot more support, they have a lot more backing, a lot more people involved in their community. Priya, I'm waiting for you to let me know if you're still here. Otherwise I'm going to move on to Pema. Thank you for joining the queue, Gemini. Thank you for joining the queue, Shona. And Youngzom, thank you for joining the queue. Okay, cool. Thank you for confirming, Priya. Priya said, I got one opportunity for running a cosmetic clinic in partnership. You think I should go? I'm not sure when I'm going to Netherlands. What do you think of this? Thanks. Let's find out, Priya. Let's find out. What advice do the spirits of the universe have for Priya regarding this opportunity that has been presented? On behalf of Priya Ratne, should she accept this opportunity for running a cosmetic clinic? Pendulum swinging back and forth with a clockwise rotation. So this is first of all a yes, you should grab a hold of this opportunity, because this that clockwise rotation is saying that this will bring you closer to your desire to be in the Netherlands. It will open up new doorways. Do you remember when we did that reading about the Netherlands and I said don't try and jump too far ahead, rather jump a little to a destination in between and then jump up there? Well, Tarot is saying this is your halfway mark. Grabbing a hold of this and committing to it is your halfway mark. And your advice from the tarot is number 8 in reversed. So this is just like a heads up for you, saying that once you grab a hold of this opportunity and you go into this cosmetic clinic, you're going to have to adapt. So yeah, the way that the kind of character you have been embodying is going to conflict with the kind of character that you need in order to run a cosmetic clinic. So you're going to have to make some shifts and adapt, basically. Just adapt to the new reality. So you're shifting through realities. You're shifting into your outcome. And this is like that halfway point between the shift. So there's a certain person that lives in your outcome, and this adaptation that you're going to have to make here as you go into this opportunity is part of making that shift in becoming who you need to be in order to live in your desire, in your ultimate outcome. So Dr. Priya, thank you for your hashtag chaos, but I'm afraid I've already completed all of my spell casting for the day. I don't know if you can see, but I've been online for like 3 hours. So the first 2 hours that I was online, I was doing spells, and then I opened the queue for the tarot. So yeah, we're doing 2 hours of tarot, and then I'm going offline. The spell casting for today is already complete. You're welcome to reach out to me privately, though, if you would like me to cast a spell for you, if you really want it, and you can't wait till the next stream. I cannot tell you that. You already received a reading. I only give 1 free reading per person per stream. But I can tell you to let go of your attachment to that outcome. Focus on what's in front of you. Just exist authentically and trust that your outcome is in the process. So next is Pema Wangmo. Waiting for you to confirm that you're still here. Pema Wangmo. Pema Wangmo. Are you still here? Please let me know. Got some nice interference there. So Pema Wangmo is here. Thank you for confirming. Your reading is regarding your future partner. What are the spirits prepared to reveal regarding Pema's future partner? Welcome, Miss Coco Bay. Thank you for joining the queue. You can just leave me your question or let me know if you'd like a general reading and I'll get to you. So Pema, your past interval card is a 3 of discs. It's reversed. So this is telling me that you have recently been feeling quite hopeless about ever having the kind of physical, intimate relationship that you desire. You want it. You want to be in a secure relationship that is fulfilling and that keeps you safe. Make sure you have enough to eat. Make sure you're satisfied. And you've been feeling hopeless about that, like it's not really possible. And so this card wants to say to you that it is possible, but that shouldn't be your focus. Your focus should be on creating those things for yourself. Present interval is 3 of swords. So in the present, you are setting goals for yourself, and you are becoming aware of what's actually going to be required of you in order to meet those goals. And at first that seemed like a lot. It felt like what would actually be required of you was more than you expected, but you are still hopeful, and you have already completed some goals, so you feel hopeful that the goals that are still in front of you are attainable and that you do have what it takes to get there. So this is regarding your own life, your own goals, educational goals. It's talking about educational goals, that you can meet them. Future interval card is number 20. It's the Aeon. So what this card is saying is that you're going to have to go through the full cycle before you're going to meet your future partner. These goals, these educational goals, have to be met, and the security that you've been looking for or hoping for in a relationship, you're going to have to create for yourself. And once you have reach the fullness of that journey, once you've completed your own journey, you will start to interact with other people who have also done the same, and it is out of those people that your future partner will come from. This card is also saying to you that what's about to open up is judgment, your own judgment, not judgment from other people, you judging yourself, you judging your own life. And judging other people, but not in a nasty, harsh way. Just looking at like your examples, the people that have been examples in your life, and saying, okay, well, if I follow that example, I'm going to get somewhere. If I follow that example, I'm going to live a shit life. So judging for yourself what example is a healthy example to follow, and judging for yourself where you have followed unhealthy examples in the past and where that got you, and judging for yourself where you have followed healthy examples and where that got you. And this is all part of moving into that fullness, into the fullness of your own journey, so that you can become who you need to be. All in all, what the spread is saying is that you need to develop yourself first and not concern yourself with your future partner, not obsess about that. Focus on growing yourself and filling your own cup and accomplishing your own dreams. And while you're doing that, you're going to encounter people who are doing the same, and your partner, your ideal partner, is going to be one of those people, the one that you connect with most naturally, and the one that a close, intimate relationship develops out of. That will be your future partner, and it's only going to come to you when you let go of the attachment to having that partner, when you stop obsessing about it and you start focusing on you. Safia, please type hashtag tarot to join the queue. Thank you, Safia. You are now in the queue. Gemini is up next. Gemini, are you still around? Cool. I'm glad your dad didn't unplug the Wi-Fi this time. Safia, please don't spam the chat. You are in the queue. Namarata, please type hashtag tarot to join the queue. Pema Wamgo says, thanks a lot, lots of love from Bhutan, and thank you for joining me and supporting me from all the way across the ocean. Much appreciation. Miss Coco Bay says, are you on YouTube too? Yes, and on Facebook, and on Twitter, and on LinkedIn, and on Discord. I'm across 6 platforms. Welcome, Ashika. Thank you for joining the queue with your hashtag tarot. On behalf of Gemini, what are Scorpio's feelings towards her? Past interval here is Queen of Discs. So this card is saying that you have been in a place of security. You've already accomplished a state of relative security regarding this relationship. Yeah, it wasn't an easy thing, and it didn't seem all that secure. It was like a little oasis in the desert. So everything around you still seemed to be quite desolate. But you have found a sense of security. Please excuse me while I tell that dog off. I don't know what his problem is. What's going on with you, John? Why are you barking at the effort? Please stop. Stay outside, please, Jackie. Stay outside, please. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we were talking about finding a little bit of security with this relationship, even though it was hard-won security. It was something that you wanted, and you reached for it. And I don't know how much that corresponds in the real world, but I know that you have been here, and we've cast spells to secure this. So it's already happened. You already are in that little oasis of security. Now, this card is showing up to say to you, be mindful of greed, because greed and looking beyond the horizon, wanting for more, can put that security that you have in jeopardy. Present interval card is the Four of Wands. So this card is saying to me that in the present moment there's a little bit of lack of discipline regarding your passions. So you have this thing that you're desiring, this relationship, and so you have passions for it, And working towards it will require a certain amount of discipline, and that structure and that discipline is a little bit absent, or your priorities are a little bit mismatched. So that is what he is feeling in the present. Your Scorpio is looking and saying, okay, I'm feeling like you're a little bit all over the place here. There's no clarity or structure. There's no structure about what it is that you're creating for yourself in your life, or what you want out of this relationship. It's one moment it's this, one moment it's that, and all of these things work together for you, but the way that it's being expressed, it doesn't line up or make sense to the outside viewer. So the card is encouraging you some discipline there, applying some... Jock, what did I say to you about staying outside? Thank you. Applying some discipline to your passions and your desires, creating some structure, putting your priorities in order. Future interval is number 15, the devil. He's reversed. So this is saying what's opening up is some resistance, some difficulty. He's feeling like he knows better, like he knows best, and so he's going to try and impose that. Now there will be wisdom in what he has to say, but the way that he's going to be going about it, not necessarily healthy. Now it's not the end of the world, it's just important that you don't respond in the same way and try and make it seem like you know better. Rather just look for the wisdom in what he's saying and allow him to express himself, and continue with what you're doing, applying the bits of wisdom that you did take, disregarding the rest. Yeah, when there is resistance or disagreements, the right way to handle it is you agree to disagree. You're allowed to go in your direction, I'm allowed to go in my direction. The unhealthy way is when you're trying to prove to the other that you know better, and that what you have to say needs to be applied to their reality. So that is what's opening up, where one or both of you are trying to impose your will upon the other and make them see from your perspective. But the best way to actually handle it is just to allow him to say his piece, take the wisdom that's there, and continue on in your direction towards what you have been doing, the way you have been doing it, applying discipline to your passions the way you know how, the way is that it works best for you. Safia, please don't spam. You are in the queue. There is an order, you know. I'm not going to just do your reading for you because you just arrived. You know, there's other people that arrived before you, so please have patience. If you are in a grotesque hurry and you can't have patience, a $5 tip will skip the queue and you'll be next. Shauna on Facebook, Shauna Doherty, you are up next. Please confirm that you are here. Shauna Doherty. Shilpa, you did not join the queue, so if you want to be in that queue, you're gonna have to join it now. And you join by typing #tarot with your question. There's still an hour on the clock, there's still plenty of time for readings, guys. But Shauna doesn't appear to be here, so moving on. No, Shilpa, you did not join. You typed #tarot when the queue was not open. So please type #tarot now that the queue is open. Thank you. Welcome, Nikki. Sorry that I missed you. Oh wait, I see, Shilpa, you did join the queue. It was just I missed it. I thought we were talking about much earlier during the spell casting, but I see that your tarot is there. You are after Nikki. So, Young Zom. It's okay, Miss Kokobe. You did type I join, so I know that. You know, on these other platforms, there's a description, so people can read that I said type #tarot. But on Twitch, there's no description. I don't have the option to put a description in, so you're forgiven for not knowing. But your I join works as well. Your exclaim join. So Shauna doesn't seem to be here. Young Zom, please confirm. If Young Zom is not here, then Nikki is next. Welcome, Fonzie. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for joining my stream. Welcome to House Kerr. I'm afraid the spellcasting is done. We're not doing that anymore. That was the first 2 hours of the stream. Second 2 hours is the tarot. We're busy with tarot now. So I do provide spellcasting as a private offering, and you're welcome to connect with me on one of my social platforms and send me a direct message, and I'll send you the list of my private offerings. Okay, so Young Zom doesn't seem to be here. Moving on to Nikki. Shilpa, you are after Nikki, and Nikki is up next. What do the spirits have to say to Nikki regarding the exam that was taken on the 12th of Feb? On behalf of Nikki, will her exam results be above 30? Yes, indeed. Your exam results are above 30. More than what you think. The results are going to be more than what you expect. Even if not everything that you hoped for, it's going to be more than what you're expecting. Fonzie, to join the queue for a reading, you just type #tarot and give me a question. That puts you in the queue. I also do general readings. So, Nikki, what the tarot is saying to you is channel these emotions, this anxiety and this like obsessiveness about the exam. Channel it into doing something constructive and creative. Channel it into moving towards the things that are priority in the present. What are your priorities? What are things that are important? What tasks are important towards your outcome as an individual? Channel these difficult emotions that you're feeling about this exam, channel them into doing something constructive towards your outcomes, irrespective of exam. Leave it in the past or wait for it to happen. Let go of attachment to the outcome. Let it just be and focus on what's in the present. This card is the Star, number 17. So Shilpa is up next. What is M feeling towards me? What advice do the spirits have for Shilpa regarding her relationship with M? You're welcome, Nikki. On behalf of Shilpa, does the one referred to as M truly love her? So I'm getting a backwards and forward swinging, which is a yes, along with a little bit of a clockwise rotation and then a little bit of an anti-clockwise rotation. So what that is saying is that he loves you more than you could know, more than he could express. And the anti-clockwise rotation is saying that there are times when he expresses the opposite of love, where he allows his emotions to rule, and then it doesn't seem like he loves because of the things he's saying or doing. And the pendulum wants to say that those things come out of fear. Those moments come out of fear of losing you, fear of abandonment, fear of rejection. Okay, some more clarity from the tarot. This card is saying that there are triggers. This relationship has been a deep connection on many different levels, particularly on an intellectual level, and it has made him aware of his shortcomings in that area, in his education and in his logical, critical thinking. You have the upper hand on him in those areas. You have the upper hand when it comes to the mental planes, playing on that level. And this has made him feel insecure. It's made him aware of his shortcomings there, but at the same time you also help him grow and evolve past those limitations. Now there are also things that he has that you don't have, and he makes you aware of your shortcomings, and that's also difficult for you and triggering for you. So this is where most of the disharmony comes from. Whenever you're feeling like he doesn't love you or like this isn't working, it's usually because that has just happened. You've interacted and you've triggered one another, made one another aware of your shortcomings or how you could be doing better, made you feel like you're not enough in the relationship. But when that happens, when you have that bounce, it does actually help you both grow beyond those shortcomings and do better thereafter. And the card is the Six of Swords reversed. Thank you for joining the queue. Have you seen the light? Namrata Ramtek, thank you for joining the queue. You guys are in the queue. Welcome, Shilpa. Next up is Miss Coco Bay. How does Phil view me? So Miss Coco Bay, you still around? If you are, thank you so much for your patience. Awesome, thank you for confirming. Leave me be. How does Phil view Miss Kokobay? Welcome, Empress. Ashika, I'm checking to see if you've been skipped. I don't think so. I think you're still up. You're still up. There are a couple of readings between where we are and where you are, but you're still up. Empress, please type hashtag tarot to get into the queue. Miss Kokobay, your past interval is the Three of Wands. First card. So this is talking about hope for the things that you desire and the things that you're passionate about. So that's something that Phil appreciates about you, is the passion that's in you, and more than that, the hope that you have, the belief that you have that it's possible for you to live in your in what you desire and what you're passionate about, that you're actually aware of what will be required of you in order to live in that reality where you have what you desire and where you're doing what you're passionate about, and that you actually take action towards it. You actually do things to bring yourself there. That's something that when he met you, that was the biggest impression that he got from you, was that you have a lot of hope regarding an authentic life, living authentically, and that you actually realize what is required of you in order to do that and to live authentically, that you do things to get there. You don't just talk about it. Present interval is Eight of Cups. Oh. Eight of Cups. So this card is saying that in his past, he has had difficulty with people who want to take more than they're willing to give, who expect to be emotionally supported all the time, needy people, who don't want to give any kind of emotional support or validation back in return, leaving a person's cups running dry and empty. So in the present, he's trying to work out in his mind what his boundaries are. Like, he doesn't feel like you will do that to him, but he wants to have his boundaries in order going in, so he can set them if need be. But until this point, he has felt like there is a healthy balance in the amount of attention and emotional support that's given and received in this friendship. So yeah, he's not feeling like any of his cups are running dry. He actually feels like this relationship is an overflow, where your cup is overflowing onto him and his cup is overflowing onto you. But he does still want to have those boundaries, so that if ever you go into a dip, he can set boundaries and know when enough is enough, and vice versa. He can see himself if he goes into a dip and starts getting needy. Future interval is Nine of Wands. It's reversed. So this is saying that what's opening up is that you're going to individually, you're both going to isolate a little bit. not physical isolation, but a little bit of like mental and emotional isolation. And the point of this isolation is to identify where you've made mistakes regarding your passions. So here he appreciated very much that you have hope for your passionate life and your desires, and you actually do things towards it. Now this isolation is going to be where both of you are actually reflecting on what it is you're passionate about, what kind of actions you've taken towards your passions and your desires, and then where you messed up in that journey. Not only acknowledging where you messed up, but also where you made breakthroughs. Now the card is reversed, so it is implying that there's going to be a little bit of lack of responsibility. It wants to warn you. So it wants to warn you to take responsibility and to not try and justify your fuck-ups, essentially. So in the past, when you've reached for your passions and your desires, if you've had shortcomings and not been able to reach them, or something's happened, to acknowledge your own part in that and not try and blame the environment or people in it. And when you can see your successes where you made breakthroughs, not trying to play it down and say that was coincidence or that was a fluke. You want to acknowledge the success and the breakthrough so you can look at the method that you applied to get there and reapply it in the new cycle as you step out towards your present passions and your present desires. You also want to avoid justifying or blaming the environment and others for your shortcomings, because if you do that, then you leave room for yourself to repeat those mistakes. If you take responsibility, then you can avoid repeating those mistakes. You can look at what was your role to play and what can you shift in order to avoid that same negative outcome. So the cards, you can take the advice from the cards here, but he is not hearing this reading, so he might still justify, he might still downplay his breakthroughs. And yeah, that's the conclusion of your reading. Varying Redbeard, you have already received a reading today, and I give away one free reading per person, per stream. Yeah. Hook me up, baby. Hook me up with a tip, and I'll give you a reading on your romances. I hope you'll give me a follow, Miss Coco Bay. Thank you. I don't like regularly check the screen to see if those gifts play, so I don't always know when I've been followed. Have you seen the light? I'm looking through my chat now to see who is up next. Next up is Safia. Safia, are you still here? Thank you so much, Miss Coco Bay. Did you see the notice? Did it come on? The alert. There's no fight. YouTube does a lot better than Twitch, to be honest. YouTube grows faster, I get better interactions. I don't know, I guess more people know YouTube, less people know Twitch. Leave me be, as I said already. Safia Mirage. Safia Mirage. Last call, are you here? You wanted me to tell you something about you, because you're my big fan. Oh, you are here. Great. So Yamini Balani, please type hashtag tarot to join the queue. Namrata Ramtake, thank you for joining the queue. What's on the table for Safia's 2022? Two of Cups, past interval. So this is telling me that you have been learning about self-appreciation and self-love throughout 2021. Your last year was a big lesson for you in self-love and self-care and self-appreciation because of all the isolation, and yeah, you had no choice really. It's like the universe gave you this opportunity to learn how to appreciate and love yourself, and you went for it. You had nothing better to do except to, take care of yourself, make nice romantic baths for yourself, cook massive feasts for yourself, and just express your appreciation and gratitude for yourself, and that's really beautiful. I love it. Learning to be content within yourself, that's one of the biggest lessons, one of the hardest lessons, so it's really amazing that you've been going through that already. In the present, I have the Six of Cups for you. So right now, in this moment, in this month, in 2022, you are evolving your emotional being through relationships. Now, that's not necessarily a romantic relationship, but it could be. And what it is saying is that you have some deep connections, some strong connections, some good relationships with, good connection with a certain group of people. There are close friends, people who you have strong connection with. I don't really know how else to say that. And by interacting with these people, your emotional being is evolving. You're learning from their example, and they're learning from your example. All the pieces of the puzzle that you guys have developed, like you've developed self-love, and they're developing other things, and you all have these pieces of the puzzle, and because of this network of like deep, strong connections that you have, you guys are giving each other those pieces of the puzzle, and you're all evolving in your emotional being. Future interval is Knight of Discs, reversed. So basically, the universe is gonna force a rebirth on you this year. That's what's on the table for you in 2022, is moving, having no choice but to move. Something is gonna shift, and the universe is not gonna give you a choice except to move out of where you have been living and staying, and into a whole new state of being, a whole new physical reality, whole new source of income, whole new everything. So this is gonna look like a painful ending and scary, but it's not. It's actually a new beginning of authenticity. The universe is bringing you closer to what it is that's authentic to you. It's the next stage of your lesson, the next lesson. It's bringing you into a place where you are ready to receive the rewards that you are worthy of. And first, old things have to be cut away and destroyed. And that's your reading. So thank you very much. It's really interesting how on point it is. Sometimes I surprise myself. Maybe you don't see it in my face, and I'm not so surprised at how accurate the readings are most of the time, but that's only because I've become used to it. Sometimes I am still surprised though. You're welcome, Safia. Please have patience, Namrata Ramtake. There is a queue, so you'll have to just wait in line in the queue like everyone else. Now, if you can't do that, if you just can't wait, there is a solution for you. you can send a $5 tip, and then you'll be next. Voila, like magic. You'll be skipped right to the top of the queue. Hey, but look at that. Magick, you are next in line. You are next up for a reading. Okay. What advice does the universe have for Namrata regarding this desire to relocate? On behalf of Namrata, will she be moving city this year? Pendulum's giving me back and forward rotation with a little bit of an anti-clockwise swing every now and then. So basically that is a yes. That's an all-round yes, you will be moving. And that little bit of anti-clockwise rotation, it is saying that you have the potential to stop it. If you change your mind, you can stop it. And that it is based on your decisions and your planning and your process and the execution of your plans that make it a reality for you. So if you stop doing those things, if you stop those plannings, and you stop those executions, and you stop working towards it, then it will stop happening. Your card is the Eight of Cups. This is some more advice from the universe regarding your desire to relocate. And basically this card is saying that you are looking for balance in your emotional being, and that's why you want to move. This card is saying that moving is not going to bring that balance to you. That's something that's going to come from inside. It doesn't matter where on the globe you are, no matter what country you live in, no matter what city you live in. If you were dissatisfied in one place, you're going to be dissatisfied in another place. It's up to you to fill your cups. And the location isn't going to fill your cups for you. Next up is Ashika. Ashika Shrestha. Ashika Shrestha, please let me know if you're still here. Have you seen the light? Wants to know how far away she is in the queue. So after Ashika is Phronsie, and after Phronsie is I'm searching and I'm not finding anywhere that you typed your hashtag tarot. Because here you said, Pendulum, does Karen still see me as Isabella? But at no point do you type hashtag tarot to join the queue. It's alright though, I've got you. So we got Ashika, who confirmed that she is still here, and then Franzi, and if Franzi is still here, and then after Franzi is Have You Seen the Light? Ashika wants to know when she will find her real soulmate. I have no doubt that you've met multiple soulmates already. When will Ashika find her soulmates and her twin flame? Thank you for joining the queue, Kylie. "30 minutes on the clock." Okay. Ashika, your past interval card is number 21 of the trumps. And it's the universe card reversed. So this card is saying that you lived at the whim of the universe. You lived at the whim of circumstance. You allowed circumstance and events to dictate your life for you instead of dictating what your life should be for yourself. So you are a micro image of the universe. You are a fractal of the universe. So what you visualize up here and what you create within and the changes you make within will reflect into the environment. But instead of living like that, where you make your changes and then cause them to reflect in the environment around you, you instead let the environment decide how you were going to change, rather than you deciding how the environment was going to change. That's where you've come from, though. It's things that are coming to a close. That didn't work out very well for you. It was a difficult period of your life. It's what's brought you into the present. And in the present we have an 8 of discs. So this card is saying that there is imbalance between your physical income and your physical expense. That's your money. And some event has happened, some uncontrollable event has happened, and you needed to adapt to it because it created an imbalance. What you were suddenly earning was now smaller than what your expenses were, or you suddenly came into new expenses that were more than what your income was, so you had to make some changes to your habits and your lifestyle in order to cut things out that are not so absolutely necessary, be prudent with your resources, and identify new priorities so that you could re-establish balance. And this was because of unforeseen events. It was not a change that you chose to make of your own accord. Future interval is 9 of Wands. So this is what is opening up for you, and that is reflecting on yourself, identifying what your heart's true desire is. Just taking a step back and isolating yourself up here, not physically, just separating yourself from all of the stressors in the environment and saying, okay, imagining an ideal world. What do I actually desire from life? Why did I even bother coming here to Earth in the first place? What do I want? Truly, what's my heart's truest desire? What am I truly passionate about? Asking yourself these questions and reflecting on this. Looking back at when you've done things that you thought you wanted, or when you've done things that you thought you were passionate about and then later discovered you weren't. Thinking about it all. And you're doing that so you can step into more authenticity as you go forward. As you reach for this desire now that you're identifying and start setting intentions towards your passion, that you can avoid falling into the same pitfalls as before. And the last thing that the spread wants to say, as I take all of these cards into consideration together, it's that this process of turning the universe card the right way around and making your environment at the whim of your will instead of being at the whim of the environment, making that shift, making these changes to your income and your expense, and that's more than just finances. That's to do with health and fitness as well. That's to do with sexual relationships. Making all of these changes to create a better balance in how much is given versus how much is received, and then self-reflecting, taking responsibility for yourself, identifying what your heart truly desires and setting a purpose for yourself and actually accomplishing that desire. As you work on this, as you work on building yourself, you will attract people who are doing the same, and those are your authentic soulmates, and among them one will stand out. One will develop, just naturally an intimate relationship will develop between you and one of those soulmates, and that is your twin flame. I have no idea when it's your turn, Kylie. You only just joined the queue and there are a lot of requests. So Franzi, you are up next. Zap says, thank you for joining me. I don't know if you left and then came back or if you've been sticking around this whole time, but either way, thank you for your support. You are in the queue, but yeah, there is 23 minutes on the clock, you know, maybe anything's possible in 23 minutes. Anything. But yeah, we're waiting now for Franzi to confirm if Franzi is still here. I doubt it, so I'm gonna go ahead and just like call out names of people. Have you seen the light? Are you still here? Hey Exclaim, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing well personally. Thank you. Integrating, evolving, operating, reflecting. How you been doing, Exclaim? I can see your messages coming through, guys. I'm just going over the chat because yeah, most of these names I'm calling are not here anymore. Kylie Desange. You were just here now, Kylie. Please don't tell me you left. Okay, Zapzest. Welcome, Renoxor. It's nice to see you. Nice to have new names and new faces in the stream. I love it. But yeah, Zapzest, everyone else has left the queue, so there is space for you if you're still here. So I'm gonna now check over this influx of texts. Zapzest said, I've been looking around, mulling over things. Hope you've had a good day though. The days and the nights seem to meld into one lately. They pretty much do, eh? Exclaim says, I'm good too. Going forward, not to go backwards. Nice. Says, by the way, because I see the description, do you have any source, book, other you would like to recommend on Chaos Magic? Renoxor says the audio is out of sync. Thank you for letting me know. I did try and adjust it. I guess I didn't do well enough. You know, every time I connect the camera, I've got to readjust the sync. Depending on the weather, depending on how many other people are using the Wi-Fi, there are so many variables that impact the delay on the video footage, and there's no delay on the mic, so I've got to set it manually to sync it up. So Exclaim, I do. I would recommend that you read everything by Peter J. Carroll, first of all. Renoxor says, is it Streamlabs? No, it's not Streamlabs. So recommending Peter J. Carroll for Chaos Magic literature. Check out, what is it called? chaosmagic.com, the website. Yes, thank you, Exclaim. And Renoxor, you don't know how to fix it, that's okay, because I do know how to fix it. The issue is that every time that I connect the camera, I have to readjust the sync. And yeah, it's all the delay changes. The amount of ping on the camera changes depending on the weather, depending on so many different variables, so it's very difficult to maintain. Yeah, when I started, if you go back to the video, you'll check it's like in sync for a while, and then it becomes like 1 second out of sync. Now you're saying it's 3 seconds out of sync. Well, I'm gonna adjust it. Let me see. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. It's only 2 seconds. Okay, that's why. It's better now. Let's see. Renoxor says on Streamlabs there is a buffering option. You know, Streamlabs is really useful, except that they require that I pay them in order to stream to multiple platforms, which is something I'm just like not prepared to do. So OBS Studios it is. Exclaim says it's better. I'm glad to hear it. But okay, Tasha Nolson, will I get the loan I applied for, please and thank you. Please type hashtag tarot to join that queue. So Zapzest seems to have left. Oh wait, you're right there. Okay. Just as I was about to say that we're moving on, then you appeared from the ether. Thank you. A reading for how to focus, I suppose, if my earlier message was scrolled through. Renoxor, you can type I join, or you can type hashtag tarot along with your question. That's basically just got to give me that indicator that you're joining and then give me a question. My brain is looking for, yeah, exclaim join, not I join. My brain is looking for I join and hashtag tarot. Exclaim says he didn't join, but Renoxor has joined. So, hashtag question, will I get the loan I applied for? Awesome. Thank you, Tasha. Thank you for joining the queue. Thank you, Renoxor. And how can Zapzest improve her focus? So I know earlier you were asking about love. Your question changed a few times, but it's all good. Okay, so you became aware of the limitations you had when it came to your focus through relationship, through a deep connection with someone who did have great focus and critical thinking. So being in that relationship and having that connection with them and interacting with them, it made you aware of how you could do better when it came to that sphere of mental development. But you also had some pieces of the puzzle that they didn't have, so at the same time you also made them aware of things in themselves that they would like to develop. And so this relationship allowed you both to evolve and reach for the things you would like to improve in yourselves. You also helped each other do that through example. Present interval is number 14, and that is about working together with others. Particularly that same relationship that we saw earlier, that deep connection, co-creating with him, making things together, working on projects together, growing together. This card just talks about doing things together, evolving together. Yeah, that's what it talks about. Coming up with creative solutions by bouncing off of one another. So whatever it is that you're working on together, whatever you're faced with, overcoming it and just moving forward. Supporting one another like two pillars leaning against each other. Future interval is number 21, the universe. And that is saying that these things, you growing and evolving and becoming aware of your shortcomings through that relationship, and then working together to overcome your limitations, finding creative solutions together, bouncing off of one another, allowing their creative structure, creative process to support you, and vice versa. That is basically going to flip your universe around. Every change that you make within and everything you visualize, you're going to be imposing it on the external universe, basically causing your external environment to correspond with what you see in your internal environment. And that does require great focus and great commitment and great discipline, but all of these things are being developed in the present. So you want to know how you can develop your focus and improve? Keep doing what you're doing. Keep working with these people. Keep interacting with the people who challenge you in that sphere, and you will get there. And whatever you're trying to create will just happen in your reality. Exclaim says, to be honest, I observe to learn how you deal with the live and the cube because it looks natural. Thank you. You know, it was a little bit anxiety inducing when I started out, but the more I do it, the more natural it gets, the easier it gets. Come to enjoy myself a lot and enjoy the company of all of you beautiful people. and enjoy the opportunity to like give of the value that I have, and I feel a lot less stagnant when I do that. Ashika wants more clarity, so I give 1 free reading per person. If you'd like to join the queue again, Ashika, please send a tip. Although we've only got 10 minutes on the clock. Aziz Azura says the music sounds so beautiful. Thank you, babe. It is some of my favorite music. And thank you for your recognition. Yes, you are such a wonderful streamer. Have you been sticking around, lurking in the background, watching the whole stream? Zapses says the confidence in the readings honestly made me drop a follow. Thank you so much. I'm glad that it's having the desired effect. But you did more than just follow, Zapses. You sent a tip as well. The reason that this donation goal is not still at 0 is because of you. So thank you very much. You're very much appreciated. So next is Renoxor, and then will be Tasha Nolson. Azura says, I've been in and out. It's the closest thing I have to being with you. Yes. Thank you. I really do feel close to you, that you're watching the stream, knowing that you're watching. Even last night, like, I thought you probably went to sleep, but I had this like feeling that maybe you did still see some of it, and it gives me, yeah, it makes me feel like you're right there. Can't wait to see you on Wednesday, babe. It's Monday evening, you know, it's only one more day until you leave Cape Town. Have you sorted everything out with my mom in the lift getting back here? Just so you guys know, Aziza Azura is my queen, my dragon queen, my twin flame. Please check her out on her Twitch channel. She's got some really awesome fucking content there, doing ASMR and tarot. Okay, I need to go back in the chat and remember what Renoxor's question was, because it's like I'm trying to think of it, but it's not coming to me. Just a love reading. Okay, cool. What's next in love? Cool. What's on the playing field in Renoxor's love life? Okay, we passed into the card here. It's 9 of discs. So this card is just wants to, yeah, give you a little bit of a what do you call it? Like a wake-up call, and say, okay, in your past relationships you've had some dissatisfaction in your sex life, and you've neglected to acknowledge your part in that. So yeah, it wants to show itself there and say, as you go forward into a new relationship, into love, whatever, you're most likely going to encounter the same issues with your sex life and your sexual satisfaction because of this lack of responsibility, lack of acknowledging your own part in that dissatisfaction. So if you're feeling like you're not so aroused, you can imagine your partner is also not feeling aroused. If you're feeling really aroused, you can imagine that your partner is feeling aroused. So yeah, you kind of can't wait for the other person to get aroused and then turn you on. You've got to build and balance that creative energy. You know, creative energy and sexual energy are identical. So if you want some ideas on how you can start building the sexual tension in advance, is to sing together, dance together, make flower crowns, do something creative. Doesn't matter what it is, just anything creative. Leave a little note, anything creative, and you will start building that sexual tension. Present interval, 4 of Cups. Okay, ish. Okay, so this card in your present is saying to you that you need to apply some more discipline over your emotional being. At the moment, you are allowing your emotions to dictate your course of action, for better and worse. You need to rein those emotions in a little bit, and start dictating to your emotions. Start dictating your own course of action, and not allowing the emotions to dictate your course of action. So that is like when a possible relationship comes up, and you get infatuated, and you chase it, whether or not your intuition or your logic says this is a good idea. Your emotions are like, go for it, so you run for it. And that doesn't always end well for you. So to improve your standing in the romance sphere, some discipline of your emotions, taking a step back and saying, hey, my emotions are saying this, but my logic is saying that, and I kind of have this knowing on the inside that to follow my emotions is going to have this effect, or to listen to my knowledge, my critical thinking is going to have this effect. Basically just bouncing that, because that inner knowing of what's going to happen regarding what kind of what stimulus you choose to follow, knowing how that's going to turn out for you is the intuition. The inner knowing of how the application is going to turn out for you is intuition. Future interval is 10 reversed, fortune. So this is saying that you're going to be receiving everything that you've given out in your love life. So there has been a lot of support that you've given in your love life. There has been a lot of love and appreciation that you've given in your love life, but there have also been selfish things. There's also been neediness. There's also been this like making the other responsible for security, financial security, and sexual gratification, making the other one responsible rather than looking at your own part in it. So you're going to be receiving both ends of those things in your love life this year. You're going to receive both of the extremes of what you've put out into love and relationships in the past. Your partners, you're going to find they're reflecting your past self. The things that you were giving, and the support you were giving, and your positive aspects in past relationships you're going to be receiving, and your negative aspects in relationships you're going to be receiving. So just be aware of it. Have patience, because whoever you have become, they're going to become as well. And remember to sow new seeds. Remember to start whatever you're putting out, you're going to receive in the future. So continue to put out new things, and try and make sure that every time you're putting something out, it's better than what you've been putting out before, more aligned with who you are truly. Oh, that's really sweet. Thank you so much for that recognition, Zapzest. You think it's the vulnerability that you appreciate the most, and I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Free readings queue is about to close. So Tasha Nolson, are you here? Because I've still got you. If you're here, I'll give you that last reading before I close up. Just let me know. You wanted to know if you would get that loan you applied for. Hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway, regardless. Oh, you are still here. Amazing. Amazing. What advice do the spirits have for Tasha Nolson regarding this loan she has applied for? On behalf of Tasha Nolson, will she receive this loan she applied for? Okay, the pendulum is swinging back and forth, which is a yes, but it's also giving me an anti-clockwise rotation, and that is implying that it's not going to be what you're hoping for. It's not going to be all that you're applying for or all that you're expecting. And the results, what you plan to use that money to invest in, also not going to see the outcome exactly the way that you're hoping for. The advice I'm getting from this thing is that you let go of your attachment to the outcome. That you've made the efforts, now it's up to the universe to make it happen. And the result, whether it is what you hoped for, or if it's more, or if it's less, it's all within alignment of purpose, because this is purpose that you've set for yourself. Going out to get this loan and to do this thing, it is you setting purpose. Your advice from the tarot is a Queen of Cups. So what this card is saying is that you want a certain emotional state of being for yourself. You want to step into a certain emotional being of like peace and stillness, and doing this thing, taking action to get this loan and invest it the way you are investing it, to you that looks like the means to get to that satisfaction and that balance within. Now, it can't hurt, but having that attachment to the outcome, feeling like that's the only way, is going to be more detrimental than beneficial to your emotional being. So getting the end result the way you're seeing it is not, it's not going to hurt the emotional being, but the attachment to that outcome is, because things seldomly turn out the way that we hope for them to turn out. The universe gives us the things we ask for in ways we can't possibly imagine, and if we had an attachment to an outcome, we can completely miss the blessings that the universe is giving us because it doesn't look the way we expected. That card has a little bit more to say, and it's that you can be comfortable in hell. Essentially, you can make yourself comfortable in any circumstances, regardless of what's going on around you. The satiety and the stillness that you're looking for comes from within, and you can find it within. Looking for it without, you'll never find it. Turn inwards and you will find it. And that is your reading. And the free readings queue is closed. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for keeping me company, and thank you for all of the likes and all the shares and all the follows and all the subscriptions. You guys help me grow. You help me put one foot in front of the other. Zapses says thank you for the reading today. Wisdom from experience is interesting to hear. You guys are most welcome, and much appreciation to you guys. Wishing you all wealth and abundance beyond measure. Amen. I'll see you on Wednesday for some energy healing, some more Reiki and trauma release meditations and energetic surgery. See you then.